Categories to bring for you today. We had the super lightweight men and super lightweight women yesterday, the under 48 and under 52 kilo categories. Today we get that little bit heavier. It's the under 66 kilo category for men and the under 52 kilo category for women. We'll take a look at the top 4 seeds in each of those weight categories, and then we'll have a little look at what the matchups are and who the likely medal winners may be. Let's start with the under 52 kilo category for women then, and the number 1 seed is Sashimi Ai of Japan. The number 2 seed is Charlene van Snick of Belgium. The number 3 seed is Chelsea Giles of Great Britain, and the number 4 seed is Astrid Neto of France. Well, Sashimi, vastly experienced fighter, and the seeded number 1 here. 3 medals at World Championships in 3 different outings. Slight bit of law of diminishing returns. She's gone from gold, silver and bronze. Gold in the 2017 World Championships, where she lost out to her teammate Tsunoda Natsumi, who, by the way, won gold here in the weight below yesterday. And then in 2018 in Baku, Sashimi lost out in the final to Abe Uta, and in 2019 she lost in the she won the bronze medal actually, but she was defeated on the way to the final by Melinda Kell-Mendy. Okay, let's have a look then and see what some of the matchups are. Charlene van Snick, one of the top seeds, she's yet to win a world championship medal, by the way. She is 3-0, however, in her quarter. So in the quarter that she's in, she's 3-0 against Perez Box of Spain, and she's 1-0 in her half against Chelsea Giles. So that's a good draw for Charlene van Snick. I just mentioned Chelsea Giles. She was 7th in 2019, and as far as Astrid Neto is concerned, this is her first senior world championships. Although she's been around for a while, it's the first run out at a senior world championships. Bad news for her, however, is that she is 0-4 against the number 1 seed Sashimi Ai. All right, that's a look at the women in the under 52 kilo category. Let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 66 kilo category. Number 1 seed is Manuel Lombardo of Italy. The number 2 seed is Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. The number 3 seed is Maruyama Joshiro of Japan. And the number 4 seed is Ganbold Kerlan of Mongolia. Manuel Lombardo, by the way, is the current European champion. And at the World Championships, his only other senior or last senior outing, he was 5th in Tokyo. So things looking good for the Italian. He is still struggling, I think, anyway, with being in the shadow of Fabio Basile. Basile, remember, won this weight category at the Olympic Games in 2016. So Lombardo has got some big shoes to fill. And another fighter with some big shoes to fill is the Georgian Vaza Margvelashvili, because those of you who've got slightly longer memories will remember that this weight category at the Olympic Games in London was won by Lasha Shavdatuashvili. So both those fighters with, I don't know, say demons or monkeys on their back that they've got to get rid of some way. Maruyama Joshiro, the difference for him, well, it couldn't be more stark, really. Here he is, defending world champion from 2019, and yet he will not be going to Tokyo as the representative for Japan in this weight category. He lost out in that highly televised head-to-head with teammate Abe Hihumi, and whomsoever was going to win that was going to be selected to go, and it was Abe who came out on top. It made for really difficult viewing, actually, but exciting in some ways, quite sad in others. But here Maruyama is, with a point to prove, defending champion. We'll see how he gets on. As far as the head-to-heads are concerned, Maruyama, He has gone head-to-head with Lombardo once, and he has won that. And he's also gone head-to-head with Margvelashvili once, and he leads that series 1-0 series. We can't really call it a series. They've only gone up against each other once. Lombardo, by the way, lost to Maruyama in Dusseldorf at the Grand Slam in 2019, and it was Margvelashvili who lost out to Maruyama in Tokyo at the Grand Slam back in 2017. Right, we're just a few minutes away from getting underway with day 2 of action. We've got 3 mats to bring the action to you, 2 weight categories, 3 mats, and our commentary team is 3 world champions. And let's go and join our commentary team now of Loretta Cusack-Doyle, Neil Adams, and Dennis van der Geest. Enjoy the action.
Well, very big welcome back to day 2 here in Budapest, where the 2021
Well, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the World Judo Championships here in Budapest, Hungary. Today we are covering 3 tatamis with mats with judo weight categories of under 66 and women's under 52s. I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle and I'll be covering Tatami 1, and my colleagues Neil Adams on Tatami 2 and Dennis van der Geest on Tatami 3. So sit back and enjoy.
First round for men under 66 kilo. In white, judo representing Dominican Republic, Walter Mateo.
Well, the first match of Tatami 1 will be kicking off with the under 66 kilo category for men, and this will be between Saudi Arabia's Al-Bashi, who will be in the white gi, and he'll be up against a very experienced and a tough opponent for the first round, Sebastian Seidel of Germany. Just on our screens there, as you've seen, looking ready to go. Always a really tough one, the first match. You don't know how your day's going to turn out until you get this one out of the way. Could be all horribly wrong, an early finish to a build-up of a tough competition, or it could be the start of something special. Both gripping up quite well there, head to head. Seidel coming underneath his opponent, but the strong opponent there, Al-Bashi, tries to rotate him over in the Niwaza, but finds himself at the edge of the contest there, but on the receiving end of Seidel. Now, the Germans are very strong in their Niwaza, so he'll have to be very careful when he ventures down into the ground. Good gripping styles from both athletes. Very, very strong lapel grip. Al-Bashi looks to have a more dominant grip when he keeps it. He's got that deep belt grip, which makes him very dangerous. He looks for the Ochigari. He towers over the German. And just for a split moment there, the German looked a little bit uncomfortable. Pre-competition nerves starting to wear out now as business starts between these two athletes. Again, an Ouchigari, but this time it's from the German as he draws his opponent down, but very, very strong. Albashi dismisses his action, but now finds himself in a bit of a predicament now, as you can see. The only thing that's keeping him from being held down is holding onto that leg, but as you can see also, the German's looking for that arm lock at the same time as the hold down. Well, as I said, Albashi from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is looking quite strong out there. Someone you cannot underestimate, for definite. He's got very strong grips, especially when he gets that grip right over the top on the belt. Makes him very dangerous. He drops in there, and not a good action there. Needed a little bit more rotation. The hips needed to come square onto his opponent to get any little bit more movement. But the German, once more, Saido wraps up that arm. He tries to get the rotation. He's looking for not only the hold down, but he's looking for the arm lock too. Saido, world 31 on the world ranking. One of the best results was in Marrakesh Grand Prix, where he picked up a bronze medal back in 2019. But he's one of these consistent, good performers. Very close to the medals thereabouts. Recently was 7th place in the European Championships, but although he didn't get on that podium, it was a good performance throughout that day. Here you get lovely Sianagi. And that puts Saido of Germany in the lead with just 54 seconds remaining. 54 minutes, my goodness, they would be dying if that was the case. But Albashi is not giving up. He is still determined to find some way in past the defences of the German. And like I say, he's got a very good gripping style, especially the deep over the belt grip that I feel there's a bit of danger there, and Saido has got to be careful of that. But the German has a lot of experience on the World Tour. And with only seconds remaining in this contest, I don't think he's going to do anything that's going to cost him this match. Well, there was a very convincing win for Seidel of Germany, who goes into the second round. There was a couple of moments that had him a little bit worried, especially with the gripping style of Albashi. But that experience came through, and that takes him into that second round of this World Championships. And there's some of the action. That was that Sianagi, very tight on that sleeve. And his opponent wasn't really going anywhere. He stepped right through Sianagi, that leg on the outside that made it almost impossible for the step round. Honchako here now representing the Ukraine in the white. Al-Baraham in the blue representing Egypt. And what a start for the Ukraine. My goodness me, there's no messing around in this opening seconds of this contest. He really does mean business. very, very young Ukraine. In 2019 was still competing in the cadet events, so he can't be any more than about 20, 21 max, and already that sort of maturity in his entrance in this first contest is amazing. Very strong athlete and lovely movements there. Al-Bayraham from Egypt, world rank 33, a little bit further up on the pecking order. And a few years of experience. Now the Ukraine has settled down a little bit, which is allowing the Egyptian to come into play in this contest and to give a little bit of a roughing up here now. Unsettle. Oh, but nice Ashiwaza there. A Sutemi was her attempt. Needed a little bit more upper body control. It was a little bit wiry. He needs to calm it down slightly, get hold of his opponent and have a very strong grip before entering into such an erratic movement. The Egyptian coming round the back, he's drawing down on the back of his opponent, making his opponent in a very right angle situation, and it has been very unsettling for the Ukraine. All of a sudden, that first explosion in the first 30 seconds that we saw from the Ukraine, he is really sort of died down, and needs to try and find some of that energy again and stay upright. At the moment, he's allowing himself to be drawn down and dominated in this contest now. He really has had a turnaround as far as who's playing the most dominant part in this contest. The Ukraine comes round the back but under the arm. The Egyptian comes over the top. He blocks the Sutemi Waza attempt from the Ukraine. With 2.5 minutes remaining, the only thing that divides these athletes at this moment is that one Shido. As the clock ticks away, the Ukraine is really getting a bit of a roughing up here. That just few years of maturity, physical maturity, is starting to play dividends to the Egyptian. Not most stylish athlete, but very aggressive. Honchako comes in with the Ouchigari. He changes. Well, for me, it was a little bit accelerated from the Ukraine's action. He came in for the Ouchigari, but did decide that he was wanted to change it for a sacrifice technique, but left himself vulnerable and sadly paid the price of losing this first round. The Egyptian, though, Abraham, goes through to the next round, and he'll be delighted to get that one under his belt. There's the Ouchigari. Realised he was in trouble. Decided he was going to change direction, but by all that time, the Egyptian was already in there with that Kosota, and but there wasn't any control as he landed, which is surprising. So there was a very interesting. It just shows you the young man that came out. He was so keen. He had a real blast for about 30 seconds, a little bit more, and then it just all went horribly wrong. But will it go horribly wrong? Then who won? Will it go horribly wrong for? And this is here we have Laurent of Haiti, and in the white gi, he's up against Polanco of Cuba in the blue. Polanco for Cuba is world ranked 36, and in the Pan American Championships this year took the silver medal. And my goodness me, a beautiful Morote Cianagi there, very, very aggressively entered, and now straight into the Niwas of the Osakomi as the clock ticks away. Well, there was no messing around in that match. Polanco, obviously Laurent, very disappointed, didn't really get started, almost over and done within 45 seconds, but Polanco, plenty left in the tank to move on into the second round. And there you have it. That was the damage that was done with the Morote Cianagi. Very, very low indeed, but what a bounce up, then followed directly into the Osakomi to finish his opponent off. Well, now we have Shamalov representing the RJF. And he's up against the American, Berliner. Now, Ari Berliner, world ranked number 92, and in the Pan American Championships was 5th place, just missing out on a medal there, but he's up against a very tough opponent. And although this is a lot of experience, it's not a lot you can actually say about that, but well, they've downgraded it to a Wazari, so he's got a chance to have a little bit more exposure out there, and he's had a taste of the dangers facing him at this particular moment. "22 years of age, this young man from America. Still a lot to learn. Has had quite a bit of success as junior, and now is making a real debut here in the World Senior Championships. But a beautiful Yoko Tomonagi there, nicely executed, and now he's going for it. The arm lock, well, give him credit. What an entry there. Well, if that hasn't ruffled the feathers of Shamalov, then I don't know what is. Well, hopefully that has built the confidence up with the American. He's got to make sure he doesn't play in there of the strengths of Shamalov. Well, the posture and the sort of the facial expressions of the American, he looks sort of quite laid back, and but I'm quite sure. Very focused young man. That Uchimata again, what a lovely entry. Again, working for the Tomonagi. Good couple of techniques there. Just love this young man, 22, and he's no prisoners. No respect out there at all. He is definitely up for this contest. He got a wake-up call in the early stage. He's got a second life, and he's taking full advantage of that. A great grip. Oh, just saved himself with the elbow hitting the mat first. It looked like it was all over and done with just at that stage. But again, he's good aerial awareness, understanding where he was going, and was able to stop the score. Well, the American is really doing well out here. Full credit to this young man. Very young, but a lot of maturity in his judo. Beautiful uchimata, and he's got a nice tomonagi as well to complement it. Again, lovely. He works there, he's digging in deep, and he's really given him some here in the niwaza. Well, the American coaches and those out watching this will be so proud at this moment of this young man. He is really taking this match. Shamalov is really not having it all his own way. I think he underestimated this young man. You'd just love to see him even this up. Definitely deserves a score. Nice technique once more. Really committed once again for that uchimata. Just didn't get in deep enough and didn't get the leverage he required. Well, as the time ticks over, this young athlete from America has obviously got plenty in the tank. Very fit young man that will be able to keep going right to the end and into golden score if necessary. But he just needs that score. He needs to come back now and even this all up or two. Shamalov's technique, the timing just a little bit poor, but there you have it, that final. He tried it a couple of times, and on that third occasion, he managed to get that counter and score the second Wazari, giving him a Wazari Yaseti upon. But for Bolina, what a performance from this young man. Definitely someone that's going to stay in my mind for quite a long time. I'll be looking forward to following him in further competitions. But well done. And here's some of the highlights. Definitely the feet got swept above. No argument with that decision. And there, obviously, he attempted, lost his balance, but that counter was on its way, taking him back and scoring the second Wazari. But definitely got to be proud of that performance. There's no doubt about it. Well, now we have representing Bulgaria, Telmakov in the white gi, and he's up against the Argentinian Almog in the blue. Well, lovely little turnover there, swiftly done, working him well into the niwaza. There's a Wazari up. He will only have seconds now till it becomes a Wazari, but Telmakov reacted quick enough to get out of what looked to be all over and done. Very low, reached him up off the ground. Sutemi was her attempt there, following it through, scoring a Wazari. Almog now leads. But still a long way to go for the Bulgarian. 53 in the world ranking, and in Dusseldorf last year was a 5th place. Only 22 again, another young athlete. There's plenty of young athletes in this competition. Obviously with the Olympic Games just on the doorstep, a few of the top athletes that will be there at the Olympic Games are not participating in this World Championships. So it's a great time for these young athletes to shine. And this is definitely one like the American we've just seen previous match. Well, they are definitely shining and taking full advantage of this competition to give them that exposure that they did well and truly deserve. This young man, junior, well known in the junior circuit. Almog, 6 years his senior, a little bit more experience, hence the reason there's probably the advantage on the scoreboard with that. Wazari took the contest right from the beginning. He was sharp off the mark there. And now, once more, Telmakov finds himself in a tricky situation with that Osakomi almost there. So there you have it with the Osakomi. It looked like he was in and out of that. There was an opportunity could get, but definitely couldn't get past the power and experience of the Argentinian, who takes the win and the place in the second round. So some of the highlights. Well, he just lost his foot in there, left himself a little bit exposed as he went down into the Niwaza. And as you can see, real control on his opponent's shoulders in that Osakomi. He also had an opportunity of a Shimiwaza as well, but maintained the hold, wrapped up the arm and that leg. And the Bulgarian had a real tricky...
First round for men under 66 kilo. In white, judo for Niger, Ismail Al-Hassani. In blue, judo for Belgium.
Al-Hassanin from Niger here in the white gi. Van Gaspeg from Belgium in the blue. Well, there is a lot of experience between these two athletes. Van Gansbeck from Belgium, world ranked 32. Just missed out on a medal at the Senior European Championships this year. Took a 7th place. One of the best results that he had was in the Montreal Grand Prix, where he took a silver medal back in 2019. But as we've seen with a lot of the African countries, they are producing some very, very strong athletes. So it's definitely a contest that the Belgium cannot underestimate. Al-Hassan has a height advantage there, and those long limbs, if he can reach over the back, will become very dangerous. But as you can see, the Belgium is just holding on to those sleeves. He's not taking any risks whatsoever here. Well, here you have Al-Hassan on that lapel. He's got that hip showing. He's working with his feet. Nicely executed there, stumbling his opponent down into the Niwaza. Looked a bit of an ouch moment for him as he went down. He didn't look too comfortable after receiving that sweep, but it looked fair enough from this angle. We're coming up to the halfway mark, and the only thing that divides these two athletes is that Shido. Not a lot. Van Gansbeck looks a little bit apprehensive here against his opponent. Obviously can feel the threat and the power from Al-Hassan. Comes in for a Cianagi, but again, he didn't commit too deep for that. And straight away, Alhassan goes into the Niwaza, didn't show too much there. Maybe strength is not in the Niwaza, but there's the referee given the second Shido, which changes the dynamics slightly. And part of you just wants this young man to just go for it now. He's down 2 Shidos. Nothing worse than actually getting penalised out of the competition without giving 100%. And I think he's still got plenty in the tank here against the Belgium to show himself and prove to himself that he's a contender here in this World Championships. Good, strong gripping style. He comes round the back, which makes him threaten. You can see just with the body language of the Belgium, he is backing off slightly, but he's playing to his strengths, and he's obviously playing to the situation that Alhassan finds himself in. As we've seen, he's got an Ouchigari, this Alhassan. But whether he's going to be able to show it is another thing. He's got one more chance to now put a big attack in. Will he be gutsy enough to do it? I hope so. Well, an infringement on the grip, a mistake made, and when you're 2 other Shidos down, the third one is a very costly one as well. So that's a hand sokumaki for Alhassan of Niger. He'll be pretty disappointed about that, and obviously we'll have to go back to the scoreboard and just see where he can improve for the next outing that we see him on the World Tour. But a good, calculated win there for the Belgium, for Van Gansbeek, and we'll be seeing him in the second round of this World Championships. Here's some of the highlights there with the Ashiwaza, Kouchigari, but as you can see, very little gripping up or engagement for his opponent.
Next contest, first round for men under 66 kilo. In white judo representing Azerbaijan, Nijat Shikhalizadeh. In blue judo representing Romania, Lucian Borș Dumitrescu.
Well, now we have Azerbaijan in the white, and we've got the Romanian in the blue. Borș representing Romania in the blue gi. Comes out very sharp. Shikhalizadeh representing Azerbaijan in white, being a little bit laid back as he comes into this contest. Taking his time, being a little bit more calculated. I think Borș is running on nervous energy at this moment, a little bit erratic, and needs to calm it down and a bit more precise in his entries. A lot of energy being spent there with very little results coming from that. Unlike the Azerbaijan, that every time he attacks, it means something. It's a good attack. Steps across for that Tayatoshi. Comes back for a Yoko Sutemi Waza as well. There was 2 good, strong attacks for the Azerbaijan. Shikhalizadeh from Azerbaijan, world rank 21. Bronze medalist in the Antalya. And also just missed out in the medals in Tel Aviv this year. Got a bit of a knock to the head there. Obviously blinked and missed that, so Borș a little bit further down the pecking order on the world ranking. He's in 94th position, but he's got an impressive junior record. 21 years of age, this young man, and just recently in the Prague European Open picked up a gold medal there, so that will have boosted his confidence coming into this World Championships. He's got a tough lineup in front of him, but he'll gain a lot of experience here and confidence, maturity. Well, we're starting to see that ooze out of him a little bit now as this contest progresses through the minutes. Shakalizada, 33 years of age. Well, a lot of experience under that belt compared to his opponent, who's 21. But you wouldn't see it by the amount of judo that's going on at this moment with Boers of Romania. Lovely Uchimata entry there. No score yet, and we've got 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. So the clock is ticking away nicely, and again, it's a match that could be opened for anybody to take it. I think the longer this contest goes, the more confident this young man from Romania gets. The right hand on the lapel, the Kochigari, oh, beautifully executed, and really rescued himself where the Azerbaijan tried to counter. But definitely a lovely entry, good sticky foot Kochigari, and good upper body control. It was just at the last stage of the finishing of that technique did he lose his balance because of the grip that the Azerbaijan had. Was able to rock him off to the side. I'm always a great believer that a person that has got good ashiwazas and great transition into niwaza is always got the recipe for a good champion. So under a minute now, 48 seconds to go. This has become quite exciting, really. A real turnaround. You would be waiting to sort of write off this young man because of the maturity he was up against and the experience of the Azerbaijan on the world circuit. But now you see it has changed the dynamics, and the Wazari is on the board for the Azerbaijan. And I think that maturity of how to pace himself in the latter stage of a contest is going to shut up shop here. The doors and shutters are going to come down, but no! What a turnaround! Boers comes back for the Wazari. Fantastic. But I would have said it could have easily have been Ippon. So let's have a look at that, the hip throw. Then he changed direction and it drove him onto his back. Good awareness and good feel. So 12 seconds to go, and this is a Wazaria piece. A wonderful contest this is. Really, absolutely loving this. This young man, my goodness. What style, what composure, and what determination he is showing here. The cross grip, his feet are working. He's going now into golden score. Can he keep that composure? Can he stay focused? And this Azerbaijan, well, he's looking a bit nervous now. That's all I can say. And so he should be. As he dances around his opponent, tries to stay light on his feet and come down for Yoko Satemi but without a grip there. The strong gripping action of the Romanian. The Toshi steps across. What an entry. Boers, for me, is the man here, the man to beat. He's looking for that lapel grip. Shakalizad looking a bit. Oh, he's got the hips in. But that, yes! Oh, well, that deserves an applause. There's no doubt about it. The hips definitely didn't lie on this occasion. He came through. He had that strong sleeve grip, the arm round the back, just under the armpit, and those hips were perfectly placed. What a win for Boers, and I am so excited to see how he continues in this World Championships. He is definitely a contender. Oh, what change of different directions. The danger there for anybody that's watching him before they go on, it'll be that right arm that comes round the back under the armpit, lovely and controlling, and that sleeve grip, that left hand on his opponent's right. Well, it was the dominance throughout this contest, and he seemed to be able to get it effortlessly. Well, there was no argument about that one. Oh, and there, the disappointment of the Azerbaijan coach, and yeah, there was a lot of maturity there. You would have thought he had that one in the bag, but just love this sport. You never know what's going to happen. So now, calming myself down after that one, that was definitely an excitement that's put a big smile on my face. What you have now coming up in the same, we're still in the first round of the under-66, and Bazou of Morocco in white, Hernandez of Colombia in the blue. Well, the Moroccan 37th in the world ranking in the Asian Championships, was 5th place. Best result was a couple of years ago, where it was 5th place in the Montreal Grand Prix. Hernandez of Colombia, a little bit further down on the world ranking, but that's not to say too much. Pan American Open this year was gold medalist. And back into someone that's had a comfortable little ride through at a world level as a junior, was just missing out on a medal at the World Championships back in 2015. So somebody for Colombia that has showed potential throughout the years, and he will be hoping to make his mark here in this competition. He's got a lineup of very strong athletes in this weight category, so the experience will be one of the main things that he'll possibly take away from this competition. But again, Hernandez straight in for the attack with the Tomonagi. Both have a Shido apiece, bit of a slow start. But a minute and a half in this contest, both athletes are starting to warm up quite nicely. Hernandez seems to have the upper hand as far as the grips are concerned. He's got two hands on, which makes him dangerous, especially when the other opponent doesn't seem to have any connection. Well, Bazou, I think, needs this couple of seconds out to just compose himself. It's been a little bit of a change of pace, not something that he's comfortable with right now. And he needs to change the dynamics if he wants to have an input of what's going on in these couple of minutes that's left. At the moment, the pace, the dominance has been from the Colombian. He's controlling the movement and the pace of this. A Sianagi attempt here from the Moroccan. Well, he's playing a little bit of a pitter-patter game here. He's in, he's out, he wants his grip, he doesn't want his grip. Bazou's going to pick up penalty, but so is Hernandez, and that's 2 apiece. Sadly, we've still a minute and 20 seconds remaining in this contest. This could all go horribly wrong for any one of these athletes if they make another and third and final mistake. Cross grip, but Hernandez seems to be more aggressive in this contest. He's taken a little bit more control. Basu came in once more. That's Cianagi we've seen a few times. I think what's really missing with the entry is fast, but it's the actual grips that he's not getting a lot of upper body control. So although he's coming in deep, his opponent's not following through with him. For Basu, I think a couple of combinations, opening his opponent after his grip, maybe using his ashiwazas to then before coming directly, instead of coming directly into the Cianagi. But there, a Wazari, and that will seal the fate, I think, for Hernandez. But he works away in the Niwaza, trying to roll his opponent over. But while he's doing this, I can't see him being able to get that, and valuable seconds are eaten away off that clock. But this time a little bit deeper, and you can see the grip he had this time was on the lapel, shoulder to shoulder. He was in deep, and which meant that his opponent came through this time. Well, that's built the confidence of Basu, but he knows he has to stay fully engaged. He can't run away off this. But the seconds down in Niwaza is enough to give him the win.
Next contest on the Tatami 3. First round for women under 52 kilo. In one jury for cycles.
So Basu takes the win for Morocco. He goes through to the next round. Hernandez gave a good account of himself, but sadly getting scored upon at the latter stage of that contest was just not enough time to come back into play. And there you can't take it away from the Moroccan. Beautifully done. We'd seen a couple of attempts made of the Cianagi, and he just was so far away. But this time, he really did connect on that shoulder and was able to drive his opponent over for the Wazari. A lot deeper in his entry as well. The hips were right through to the opposite side. Unlike the previous attempts, that they were a little bit short.
In white judogi for Philippines, in blue judogi for Australia, Cadets.
So now we have representing the Philippines, we have Nakano in the white gi, and representing Australia, we have Nathan Katz in the blue gi. Nathan Katz, world ranked 44, just missed out of a medal in the Asian Oceania Championships. We picked up a 5th place, 26 years of age. Nakano a lot lower down on the world ranking, but it's not something I'd take too serious, because you just never know with these guys. Sometimes they're in a lot of competitions, but they're not the world ranking events. But a rank doesn't overcompensate the ability of an athlete's technical presence on a mat. Looking at Nakano's track record, he does participate in a lot of continental events, and he just seems to be pipped at the post. He's just missing out, but he's always there and thereabouts. So he obviously is winning matches, but not actually having those medals to deservingly prove a performance. Katz, though, is looking to be the more dominant in this contest. A minute and a half into the contest, and he's really controlling the whole aspect of this match. Nakano looking to have a more dominant grip. Both favoring the lapel and sleeve, but Katz looks to have more of an advantage on the grip that he's got at this moment, been able to control the movements of his opponent and also put in the necessary attacks. But there is a switch of direction as Sutemi Waza. He showed one way and then switched to the other. But Nakano down 2 shidos, so he has to really put the work in now. He's looking to create an opening in the Niwaza, but Katz staying very tight. Nice forward attack there from Katz, ruffling the feathers of his opponent, really unsettling him now in the coming up to that last minute, showing his dominance throughout the previous 2 minutes. And Nakano seeking medical attention now. You see some of the highlights of what's been going on. Good gripping style of Katz. A low attempt of a Tayatoshi. Didn't get the turn that he required. They needed that slip, that pulling action with the sleeve, and a whipping action right at the end to get his opponent onto his back, and a little bit more control on that lapel. But still, it was a strong attack. And did look for the shimmy waza, as you can see at the end, but I think that's where his opponent required medical attention, maybe a busted lip on that, but no, the feet for some reason. Looks like he's cutting his toenails. Always difficult for an athlete that's in the middle of the tatami, the heat of the lights and also the temperature that he is up at this moment, and he's really wanting to get this contest over and done with. He wants to move on, but he's left with his own thought process with that. But in the meantime, he's also cooling down, which no athlete really wants to do. They want to keep in the motions, they want to keep on the mindset of what's going on in the here and now. But he's having an opportunity, as you can see, not by looking at his coach, which I think is a great thing, but he's listening to his coach, giving him a little bit of advice and that support that's necessary. Always hate when an athlete really uses eye contact to see their coach, because for me it's distracting and it sends out the wrong message. It's like as if they really are needing that coach, and it's only a guidance. They don't need them. They've got all the tools that's required. They've done the work. They just need to get on with the game. Well, Nakano in a little bit of trouble here. He's got 2 shidos on the board. One more would result in a disqualification, the Hansokimaki. He knows he has to stay fully engaged, and he has to now start playing a more dominant part in this contest. Katz, he could play a very tactical game and see if, but a lovely Ouchigari there, and Katz really needs to have that might have been a bit of a wake-up call for him. He cannot just sit back and think that this is all going to come on his lap, this win. For Katz, he's got to stay very strong. He's got to stay fully engaged like he had done for the past 3 minutes. He cannot afford to try and steal this match. He's got to continue to look for a win. And this is where we've seen a couple of mistakes yesterday, especially some of our most experienced world-class athletes. trying to steal matches instead of continuing to win them. And what I might mean is trying to get their opponents penalized out of the competition. So we're now into golden score, but it's still not a comfortable situation for the Philippines. He is down those 2 Shidos. But since his medical break, he's come back a different athlete. He's had time to compose himself, get the thought process in the right way. And now, there you see him, he's working his way into the Niwaza. Didn't seem too threatening for the Australian. Part of me feels that the Australian's making hard work of this one. I think this could have been all over and done with a long time ago, but for some reason, we're now seeing this match go to golden score. A Seoinage, but once more, an entry that wasn't deep enough and the upper body control just wasn't there. 45 seconds into golden score, these athletes will start to tire. Mistakes will start to be happening in front of us now. The grips will no longer be as strong and the techniques will not be as precise as what they were in the earlier minutes of the contest. But it all is down to condition now. Again, another Seoinage, one more attack, and while he's attacking, his opponent's defending, and the referee will be making a note of that. Will that be one more attack that Katz has put in that will give the Shido? Yes, it is. The referee has seen enough. Less action from the Philippines, Nakano, and he picks up the 3rd and final Shido for the hand Sokimaki disqualification, and Katz goes through after a hard, grueling match into the 2nd round. Well, he'll have a little bit of time to get himself back down and compose himself for the next round, but I think that did take a lot out of him. And there's some of those actions.
Tatami 1, next contest, first round for men under 66 kilo. In white judo representing Slovenia, Adrian Gombos. In blue judo representing Kazakhstan, Yildiz Zhumakanov.
Gombos representing Slovenia in the white, Zhumakanov representing Kazakhstan in the blue. Still on the first round. Overall, we have 58 athletes in this under 66 kilo category. For the women in the under 52, there's 45 athletes. So a great turnout with some strong opposition out there. Zhumakov stepping across for that Taitoshi, still bracing his opponent down in the Niwaza, trying to create an opportunity in the ground. A little bit slow to react, and Gombok gets an opportunity to get back up onto his feet, where it looked quite threatening at that moment of time. Gombok, 26 years of age. Just missed out in the World Masters in Guindo back in 2019, where he picked up a 5th place. He's one of these athletes that is at times underestimated. He's always hovering around the podium. 2019 Perth Oceania Open, he was on that podium with a bronze medal. Zhumakhanov 23 on the world ranking. On paper you would say he is slightly stronger than his opponent, and the favourite to go through, a little bit more maturity, 30 years of age. The Asian Oceania Senior Championships this year, a couple of months ago, we took a bronze medal, but he was just outside the medals, picking up a 5th place in Tel Aviv Grand Prix in January this year. Familiar surroundings in Hungary for him, and some nice memories where 2019 in Budapest Grand Prix he was silver medalist. Seems to be a little bit predictable though here, stepping across consistently with that Tayatoshi, and Gambok just blocking it every time he enters, but while he's blocking it he's not attacking, so he's got to be careful. Zhumakhanov just pipping him to the post each time. And this time, he just seems to have flown past these minutes. We're into the last minute now, 51 seconds precisely. And he picks up a Shido now for the lack of effort. Comes over the top, tries to trap the arm of his opponent. They're a head-to-head crunching here. Both seeking out that second grip. And what a mistake there for the Slovenian, but he manages to rescue himself. That looked like it was all going to be horribly wrong for him there. Half a minute, and this looks like it could go to golden score. I doubt after the grueling match that they've had so far, neither one of them really want to add on any extra minutes. So 27 seconds remaining now, and let's see who is up for this. Who's going to put the effort in? Off the belt there, the Slovenian comes in deep, but he needs to use it. He's trying to get that leverage, but there you have Zhumakhanov sort of bracing himself, but there he's in the Niwaza. Now, a couple of mistakes the Slovenian had made, and this time it doesn't look like he's getting out of it. They're bracing on that arm lock, but as you can see, the leg has been caught up and he's saved by the bell.
Tatami 1 golden sword.
Well, I know Uchigari there nudging it through with the shoulder to get his opponent over. The Slovenian coming out with the right frame of mind. The Kazakhstan with a good lapel and sleeve grip there. It changes it around the back, trying to force the hips through. Gone back. And once more, rides over.
Next contest, the second round for men under 66 kilo. In white jewelry representing Japan, the world champion, Maruyama Joshiro. In blue jewelry representing Morocco, Abderrahman Bouchida.
Well, there you have it. The third and final Shido for the Slovenian, and the Kazakhstan goes through to the next round. Well, it was definitely a testing match for both athletes. Zumakanov looking the slightly stronger, a good strong grip, nice entry there. There was opportunities, more opportunities I should say, created for the Kazakhstan. Nostrati representing the IJF. And he's up against the Belarus Minku in the blue. Minku, 30 on the world ranking. "24 years of age. And would fancy himself with a medal here at this World Championships in Kazan at Grand Slam not long ago. Was silver medalist in this weight category. And at the European Championships, a great performance, but just missed out on a place on the podium. He's one that's always up and there around the podium. Silver medalist in Tel Aviv right at the beginning of the year. So you definitely can't write him off, and is somebody that is the stronger of the two opponents right now in this contest. Oh, well, what a journey Nostrati took there with that Morotti Sianagi. It was textbook-like, very, very high. And but he manages to maneuver his way round. It was looking like it was going to be an ippon, but the aerial awareness of his opponent managing like a cat-like reaction to get out of what looked to be all over and done with. Nice Ashiwaza stumbling his opponent down into the ground. Oh, again, beautiful Ashiwaza. And it was Ariaseti upon. Well, some nice judo, but sadly it was all from Belarus. Minku, stylish move through into the second round of this World Championships. And didn't look like he actually broke sweat on this one. Oh, now we have in the white, Limpio, and in the blue, Kim.
On the coming one, we have the next contest for men under 66 kilo. In white for Togo, Adebayo Olympio.
Olympio.
Blue for Republic of Korea, Kim Chen.
Olympio taking Ashido along with Kim, so still even Stevens with a minute gone in this contest. What a beautiful Uchimata there, score Nippon, and Olympio's world debut ends within a minute and 5 seconds.
The W1. Next contest, the first round for men under 66 kilograms. In white judo representing the Republic of Moldova, Radu Izborino.
Right, coming up next on mat number 1, Radu Izborino of Moldova. He's up against Jalian Singh Sani of India. Izborino in the white judogi, Sani in blue. First look at both of these fighters, actually. Sani with that strong left-sided stance tries the left-sided Tomoe-nagi. Izborino right-sided, or at least shapes right-sided, and he's picked up a Shido for passivity. This time trying the Sumigaeshi. But Sani felt that coming and was able to block it fairly easily. Still just battling for grips, this pair. No one has managed to dominate the gripping exchanges as yet. A couple of attacks from Sani. Maybe just the one of any real consequence from Isvorinu. Yeah, again, going back to the Tatami waza, but that was the furthest away of the three that he's tried so far. Moldavian coach wanting a penalty for a false attack, but there was enough going on there from Sani to have his opponent block it. If there's no need to block it, then you really are asking for a false attack, but that looked good enough to me. Almost getting caught on the way out. Thought about the Uchimata, and then on the way out, almost getting caught with the Ashiwaza. Chance for the turnover here. Not now. Yeah, got the timing right. Good example of how to get out of that. But you've got to time it absolutely perfectly. And Sani did. Isvorinu was working well at getting the leg out, and when he did, it needed Sani to turn at exactly the right time to avoid getting caught on the ground. Might be an idea to go back to the Ashiwaza. Really hasn't looked as though he's going to offer a great deal up, both of them, yeah. Yeah, she's poor tactically now from Isvorinu. We've got just a few seconds left. We could go into golden score here with him having 2 penalties against Sani's 1. Sani's got to keep up the rate of attacks. Just shading this at the moment. And he's only really had the Tatami waza attacks, to be honest. But they've been strong enough to this point to keep him in the contest. Got to come up with something now. Not quite. Well, Wazari's been given, but just have a look from another angle. Yeah. The arm is right underneath. Yeah. So, good score from Isvorinu in the end. Didn't hang about in golden score. This is probably the best angle. Yeah, just about enough. Even one from the overhead cam as well. Well, you can't ask for more angles than that. Sani just left that a little bit too long, I'm afraid. Needed to step up with his own attacks. Right, coming up next, the number 1 seed, Manuel Lombardo of Italy. His opening contest is not an easy one. Sebastian Seidel of Germany is his opponent. Lombardo in the white judogi, Seidel in blue. You'd want something a little bit less challenging for your opening contest if you're the #1 seed, but you got a bye in the first round. Can't ask for anything less challenging than that, can you? So having had the bye, whomsoever it was that won their opening contest and underneath, that was always going to be his opponent. Just looking to see who it was that Lombardo had. Al-Bashi of Saudi Arabia. Still a chance for the turnover here from Seidel, trying to work it. Not over yet. Just got to get past that leg. Lombardo trying to keep him tight. That one's out. Now the one on top. Problem is he's got to use the left leg to push down, and then that's the one that he's going to hook. Yeah, here we go. Oh, Wasai Komi. Problems here. He's not over yet. There's a push going to come. He may yet be able to get back into this. Here it comes. He's lost the arm now. That's gone. So Lombardo got a bit of a scare. Who was it that Vladimir Nutsabidze was having a word with? The German coach, Richard Trautmann. Just trying to calm him down a bit. He got a bit excited when you've got the #1 seed. When your fighter's got the #1 seed in Osai Komi, you are going to get excited, aren't you? Anyway, Lombardo has had his scare. Let's see if he can get past that. Seidel really came close there. Another chance on the ground for the German. He's had one go at the roll and came close. Well, he did. He had him in Osai Komi for a while. This one looks as though it's stalled, however. As I said at the beginning of the contest, Lombardo would not have wanted this as an opening. That was a nice effort there from Seidel. Ko Sotogaki just with the arm around the back. Neatly worked. Couldn't quite come up with putting Lombardo on the scoring part of the body, but it was a good, strong attack. Minute 24 left to go. Shido picked up by Lombardo. He's come under a concerted attack or series of attacks from Sebastian Seidel. Awkward position here. Really want to try and get out of that. Can't really see Seidel working anything from the grip that he's got at the moment, and is easily blocked. A desperate looking lunge at the end there from Seidel. More to break up the grips than anything else, I think. Into the last, well, a little over half a minute. And Seidel is not only shading this for me, but he's been the more likely of the pair to score. Lombardo's picked up a second penalty. Didn't see when that was given. Well, having said that, he was looking the most likely to score, Sebastian Seidel. The one who's come closest to scoring has been Manuel Lombardo with that last effort. Really got to gather himself now and step it up. Not sure what's going on with the scoreboard. Yeah, well, they did give a score. It's always good when you get to see what's happening with the referee, because after all, he's the one who's giving the scores. And we didn't see when that one was given. Never mind. Lombardo it is, who squeezes past Sebastian Seidel. It was no easy task. Just about managed to get enough of that. Oh, right, he's out of the shot, the referee. So we weren't going to see that. And the only way that we knew it was a score is when we saw the scoreboard. So no harm done to our camera crew. They can't account for that one. I'll tell you what, though, they did get a few nice shots from various angles. It's a hard life, isn't it? Come that close. And he did have him in Osaikomi for a brief moment. In the end, it's the number 1 seed, Manuel Lombardo, who goes into the next round. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Abel Rahman of Egypt is up against Palanzo of Cuba. Abel Rahman in the white judogi, Palanzo in blue. Beat the Ukrainian this morning, Yevan Honcharko. Yevan Honcharko of Ukraine lost out to Ahmed Abel Rahman in round 1. Cuban, he defeated Makeni Laurent of Haiti in his opening contest. I saw Abel Rahman and his teammate warming up this morning when I had a word with them. That was Mohamed Abdelmagoud. Anyway, here's the second of the Egyptians in the weight category. Actually, you may call him the first, Abel Rahman, given that he's higher up in the draw. Clash of heads there, or? Oh, right hand to the face, sorry. Second penalty picked up by Abel Rahman. Looking to go left-sided, couldn't get the hip across. Slightly untidy bit of work from Palanzo. Low, right-sided Sertoshi. Yeah, I'd ask the same thing. Why is his hand on my leg? He was all over him, wasn't he? We were talking about unforced errors yesterday with Dennis van der Geest, and that is definitely one. Still can't get the left hip across. Gets the left arm around. Needs a feint here. No, and he's gone again on the leg. He got away with it this time. Oh dear. Yeah, you've got to be aware of what's going on with the timing here. And he picked up a third Shido. have to keep up with the rate of attacks, and unfortunately for Abel Rahman, he didn't. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Could be Jakub. Right, okay. We are going to take a short break whilst they carry out the COVID-19 protocols and sanitize the competition area. We'll be back with you in a moment. It doesn't really take that long to get that done, so maybe a chance for those of you to get yourself something to drink or whatever it is that you do during this time. Mind you, I'll just take this opportunity to update you on the top 4 seeds in the weight category. Why not? We may not have had that opportunity yet with Loretta Cusat or Lombardo. Manuel Lombardo with Italy. We've seen him win his opening contest against Sebastian Seidel of Germany. Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia is the number 2 seed, and the number 3 seed down in the bottom half of the draw is the current world champion Maruyama Yoshiro of Japan. We've seen him once today. He's had 1 win, and then Alberto Gaetero Martin. I haven't seen much of him as yet. So a couple of minutes whilst they sanitize the competition area, and then we'll be back.
Look at this. Straight on his back. It took him a few minutes, and then, well, it was worth it. Brilliant it was from Kyoto. So, on this side, we have the quarterfinals. Moriyama is the gold leader. Jonathan Bernstein.
Dear spectators, we remind you that the World Championships is a final qualifier tournament before Tokyo Olympic Games. So, judoka will receive the following ranking points. For third place and bronze medals, 1,000 ranking points. For second place and silver medals, 1,400 points. And for the gold medal and first place, 2,000 ranking points.
Hölgyeim és uraim, a Tokiói olimpiai játékok előtt a 2021. évi magyarországi Judo világbajnokság az utolsó kvalifikációs verseny. A judokák az alábbi értékes pontokkal gazdagodhatnak helyezés esetén. A bronzéremért 1000 pont jár, ezüstéremért 1400, míg az aranyérem 2000 pontot ér.
Now, we are ready to continue contests of Tatami 1. Please welcome judoka of Tatami 1. Second round for men under 66 kilo. In white, neutral athlete representing RGF, Yakub Shamilov. In blue, representing Argentina, Tatami.
So now we come to the second round of the under 66 mat number 1, representing the RJF, Shamilov in the white and Almog representing Argentina in blue. Well, beautiful Yoko Tomonagi there from Shamilov, and following it nicely into the Jujigatame. Well, that's what you do when you've got technique and style. 20 seconds and a wonderful transition from the Tachiwaza into the Niwaza. Shamilov, representing the RJF, will go through to the third round of this weight category. So nicely controlled, and as you could see when he went over, he still had that arm as well. He didn't just take it for granted that it would be a pon. Thought, nope, that's a Wazari, let's finish it off right now. Control across the head, stopped his opponent going anywhere, and then finished it off very nicely indeed. Textbook style.
Next contest, second round for men under 66 kilo. In white, representing Belgium, Cadets. In blue, representing Romania,
Van Gansbeck now representing Belgium in the white, and here we have Boers now. Demetrius for me. Boers, what a first fight he had in the opening of this competition. Beautiful technician for such a young athlete. And like I said before, this is definitely someone we want to keep an eye on. "21 years of age, this young man from Romania, and in the Junior World Championships back in 2009, just missed out a place on the podium with a 5th. But this year in the Prague European Open was on the top spot with the gold medal. And first contest today was outstanding. A wide variety of technical ability, good transition into Niwaza. What maturity flows through the bones of this young man. Van Gansbeck, 7th in the European Championships. "31 years of age, a lot more maturity and experience on this world tour at senior level. And normally you would say that maturity be a massive advantage, but after the performance of Boers in his first round, I think he's got his work cut out from here. 1 minute 58 seconds remaining in the contest, and Van Gansbeck, well, he was given a Shido. Will they revisit that and take it off? It seemed a bit harsh, but well, yeah, they're going to take it off. It was just a little bit harsh at such early stage, and difficult when things like that happen, because it does change the dynamics completely of a contest and the way you perform it, especially if you're in the driving seat. And a turnover there, and Van Gansbeck looking quite comfortable there, has a plan of what he wants to do, but well controlled by Boers in the Niwas. It doesn't look too phased or worried at all about being down there, was quite comfortable really. Sianagi. It's got a lovely uchimata as well, which is so nice. I hope we get to see that one again. Referee making sure the athlete is all tidied up. Difficult when your arms feel like they've pumped up to the max and sweaty and horrible, and you're trying to put your trousers together. It's not the speediest procedure to try and overcome. Boers on the lapel, trying to create an opening there, flapping there on that lapel, opening up his opponent's jacket. Van Gansbeck, a bit ruffled by that sort of opening, is again on that lapel, comes in for the attack, once more taking the initiative, being the more dominant in this contest, and Van Gansbeck really has to now take a little bit onus in this contest. At the moment he has been reacting rather than taking action. Now he has to take the driving seat. He's been too long a passenger in this contest, and now he's got to take some onus. He's got a good grip here now. Part of you feels that the Ouchigari has been set up, but still doesn't manage to really maintain a strong grip. And Boers in all the time, but Van Gansbeck looking for the Niwaza. Shimiwaza was there, but whether it was deep enough. Now we're into the golden score. Just a Shido apiece. Still believe that Boers has had the edge on this contest. Sianagi, again, first in on the attack, nice turnover, beautiful transition. It's like he's playing with a rag doll out there at the moment. Van Gansbeck really does need to start taking some ownership here. He's allowed a free hand in the pace of this contest. He now really has to start toughening up and digging in deep. But Oso Tagari nicely planted a Kouchigari. He's off the sleeves. He's in first most of the time, and Van Gansbeck is just surviving at this particular moment. He really is getting flustered out there. Not really had an opportunity as yet to show what we know he's capable of doing. And the face, the emotions on the face is just showing and telling us the whole story. Boers looking so comfortable out there, plenty in the tank. This young athlete just nipping away at this older, more experienced athlete, playing with them in some ways. Strong grip. He's got that uchimata as well. He's got the Oso Tagari. He's got the Sasai. He's got the transition into Niwaza. What a variety of techniques that's at the hands of this young man from Romania. Nice upright posture, strong in stature. A very mature fight from a very young athlete. Leaves himself a bit vulnerable a few times now in the Niwaza. Is this an opportunity for the Belgium to come in here and to then seal his fate? But again, Boers looking very strong indeed, dismissing any action from Belgium. On a left, oh, what a change of direction there. Van Gansbeck once more looking for the Niwaza. Oh, and the Niwaza, the transition. Not sure what's happening, but it looks under the neck. Goodness me. Well, I wouldn't be just looking up there, but he doesn't seem to. Well, I would go for the Osakomi if he could get there, because it doesn't look like there's much leverage around the neck to get the Ippon. But nice bit of Niwaza there from the Romanian. Well, Dumitrescu looking very, very strong indeed. Once more, a brilliant performance here at this World Championships. And the longer he stays in, the bigger the threat he is to everybody else. Cianagi just override that a little bit, went in just a little bit too deep, didn't get there. If it had taken him off onto the right, onto his right side, he might have had that score, but well, a little bit miss the entry on that. The timing wasn't so good. He's got to be careful that he doesn't throw too many of those Cianagis in without the securing the grip first. The Uchimata we've got as well. Oh, the build up, the Osota. Is there no end to the technical wide range of techniques, and there you have it, the combination, the Uchimata, the Ouchigari, the Osota. Oh goodness me, it went on until eventually he wore him down to get the Wazari. So Boers takes a place in the third round. Well, Van Gansbeck will not forget this match in a hurry. And this young man says, right, bring it on. I've got definitely more to give. And yeah, we're looking forward to seeing how much more he's able to give. Look at that. Uchimata, Tayatoshi, Osotagari, and the Sotomaka Komi. My goodness me.
The number 3 next contest, second round for women under 52 kilo. In white, judogi for Spain, Anna Perez. In blue judogi for USA, Kathleen Joe.
Now we're representing Mongolia in the white, Gambol, and representing Morocco in the blue is Basu.
In blue for Morocco, Imam Basu.
6th place on the world ranking, Gamble. You would possibly say that he's the favourite in this competition, but after some of the performances of some of these young athletes that are springing up out of nowhere, well, I think I have to bite my bottom lip and say very little until we really see the end result, because it could just all horribly go wrong for some of the top seeds. And we have seen that, especially in the first day where we had the #1 seeds all going out in the earlier stage. And not meddling. So let's see how today fathoms out. But Gamble, 6th in the world, 29 years of age. You would say the maturity experience that goes with that is in this man's favour. Tbilisi this year was on the podium with a bronze medal. Just missed out in Tashkent in March, and also again he missed out very close to being on that podium in Doha Masters this year. So somebody that's always knocking on the door. And is this going to be an opportunity with one or two of some very familiar faces not here due to the Olympic Games being so close? Be an opportunity for him to take a place on the podium. Well, although there is one or two missing, there's still a fair strong lineup of athletes all wanting those top places. And also some very young athletes coming in going, well, this is my time to shine. So it'll be interesting to see how the day will end. So Basu taking a second Shido for grabbing the legs, an infringement of the rules. Someone of that experience, you think now that rule's been in a long time, you think they'd learn, wouldn't you? But sometimes panic sets in. You're under pressure, you're getting dragged about, and you just want them to stop. And by stopping, the hand comes up, and before you know it, you've grabbed when you shouldn't. He's got a little poke in the eye there. He's not having a good time so far in this second round. Gamble really is sort of putting him through the wars. But
Tatami 3, next contest, second round for women under 52 kilograms. In white for Poland, Alexandra Kata. In blue, neutral athlete representing RGF, Anastasia Polikarpova.
well, Gamble very aggressive in his approach in this contest. His real grappling style. Basu seems to control him quite nicely, and although Gamble advances so quickly, he's not always the first to attack. But here you have Basu attempting to counteract the movements of Gamble, falls into the Niwaza position, and there Gamble capitalizes on it with the hold down, and he's going nowhere on this one now. So Wazari Aseti upon Gamble goes into the third round of the under 66 kilo category. A little step closer to the world podium. And there's some of the highlights that he attempted. The Sutemi waza, got his head caught up then in the exchange. The leg came out and he said, thank you very much. That's an early birthday present for me. After that, there was no chance he was going to get out of the grips, strong grips of the Mongolian. Straight across, tying up that head, the winning ingredient. When your head's all wrapped up, there's very little your body can do.
In white judo, representing Australia, Nathan Cadets. In blue judo, representing Kazakhstan,
and for those kids out there, Kamishio Gatami, one of the basic techniques in Niwaza, being a world success. Well, you have Cats here representing Australia in the white. Zhumakhanov there representing Kazakhstan in the blue. Well, we've seen both these athletes perform and perform well. Zhumakhanov, for me, the stronger of these two athletes, and already places himself on the scoreboard with a Wazari. No messing around in the opening seconds, an exchange of this contest. Well, Katz has had some good performances. He defeated Nakano from the Philippines in his first match. Then after that, he worked his way through, building up on that confidence. But I think he's met his match here. Zhumakhanov defeated Gombok in his first match. Tested a little bit in that one, and but surprisingly enough, although scoring right at the early seconds of this contest, is making once more a hard work of this contest like he did in the first round. Picks up 2 Shidos. Cats there. The coach, you could hear him from this end of the arena. As soon as you get, telling his athlete, as soon as you get 2 hands on, you've got to attack him. You've got to be first. Move and use your feet, he says, right? Well, easier said than done when you've got someone like Zhumakhanov, who's built like an ox. But tactically, he's in a good position if he knows how to play it. It would be the ultimate steal if he could get this win, but Zhumakhanov, you would hope, has a lot more experience, knowing that where he lies in this contest, that, oh, goodness me, well, I could have been a kiss of death on that one, because that exchanged as he turned in and he dropped. He didn't even have a grip of his opponent. But Katz has been defending quite considerably, but that last exchange from Zhumakhanov, I think they're going to let it. Cianagi. Zhumakhanov defended once more. He's really, don't know what he's thinking now. I was Ari up, and now he's picked 2 Shidos up, and Katz, if he really keeps the pressure on, he could possibly steal this match. Again, a Cianagi didn't get enough entry, but while he's attacking, his opponent's defending. And that's the ultimate here, and what we're seeing that the Kazakhstan needs to put, well, that's an attack, it's a movement, which will keep the wolves from the door, as they would say. Steps across, but a misjudgment there and a sidestep for the Kazakhstan to capitalize on it. He came in for the Uchimata, missed his footing completely, and it was just the hand movements of the Kazakhstan that ended up giving him the ippon. So Wazari Seti ippon. Sumakhanov goes through to the third round. But at the end of the day, he tried, and that's really what you want to see. You don't want it going on a disqualification. He really put 100% in there. Well, to be honest, I favour that than just getting a penalty for not engaging. He had to try, rather than steal it, he went for it, and full credit to the Australian as far as I'm concerned. But that's what happens when you're under pressure. So Sumakhanov goes through to that next round. And now we have Guerrero Martin in the white representing Spain, Mincu of Belarus in the blue. Well, an infringement of the grips there, a bit defensive pistol grip as they call it. A defensive action. And in the first minute finds himself trailing with one Shido. This is the first match for Guerrero Martin. Had a bye in the first round. Mincu defeated Nostrati with a beautiful style. It was nice technique. A big Morotti Sienagi for ippon. Beautifully executed. So he's had that warm-up match. Sienagi, he got in quite nicely there, but seemed to slide back rather than getting the lift up that he was looking for to get that score. Both coaches trying to give as much instruction as they possibly can within the mate situation. As you know, they can't give any instruction while contest is at play. Both athletes displaying good, strong kumikata. Sodi attempt there from Mincu. Guerrero Martin looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza. Not letting him up right now. He comes round, spinning around his opponent's body, up towards the head, round the opposite side. Well, he's gone round a couple of times now, trying to confuse the life out of him most probably, but still not able to pick up anything. So I think when you've gone round the block twice, I think it's about time the referee calls mate. And that's exactly what happened. So I think he needs to make up his mind very quickly, Guerrero Martin, when he gets that opportunity of what he's going in for. So 55 seconds remaining in this contest before we would venture into golden score. Minku coming under his opponent. He's got a very strong sleeve grip there. He's trying to secure the other grip, but Gutera Martin blocking out, as you can see, by holding his opponent's sleeve. Oh, yes! Upon Cianagi. Nice entry there. That gave us a bit of a lift, but didn't give us a score. Again, looking for that sleeve grip. Not too much action with the feet this time. We're seeing a lot of Cianagis, but it'd be nice to see some breakup with that Cianagis, with the opening of the feet, using the Koichigaris, the Kosotas, to create the opening, to build a reaction for them to enter. And we're not actually seeing that. We're seeing the direct approach, and the direct approach at this moment's not working. So somebody has to change the tactics slightly to give them a better advantage here in this contest. We're in golden score. It's a Judo piece. Both have been very active within the contest. Neither one of them really letting up and creating. But we want someone that's going to be a little bit more confident now. Confident and gutsy. Well, you can see Gutera Martin, the hand action, pulling up and down. He's trying to open up, but again, it's a flapping situation, but not an engagement. And what you want is maybe using the feet instead. Over the top. Menko, oh, yes! What a finish. You could hear that thunder as his opponent hit the ground. It was a very low, what looked to be Koichigari, but from a grip that was right deep over the back. So 37 seconds into golden score. Minku got over the top, was managing to get in deep, got the contacts he looked for. And there, a change of tactics from the Cianagi, switched it with the feet, Koichi, but what a belter. Deep over the back. As he came back up, Coach, oh, yes. It looks better the second time round and the third. But look at how deep he came over the top. He was on that belt. Gutera Martin could not get out of the grasps of his opponent. There was no rescuing that at all. Well, we have Kim here representing Korea in the white. Moldova. Isorino. In the blue. Moldova blue. Korea white. Well, the Moldovan straight in. Kim having to ride that first opening there.
Women under 52 kilograms. In women's judo for Mexico, Luz Olvera. In blue judo for Israel, Geffen Primo.
Is Verenu looking quite strong out there. He's nice upright posture. Oh! Kim being a little bit more aggressive from that first opening that he almost got caught on. Leaving that elbow tucked up a bit there is, for me, a little bit of a weakness on that right side. If he tucked the elbow down, he might get much more leverage on it. Sticking it up in the air means that there's an advantage of getting countered, so he's got to be careful there. Directing that arm a little bit better might be much more successful. Right hand on the lapel once more, he draws. Oh! Whoa! What a throw! My goodness me, how he managed to get off that. That was an absolute belter. Look forward to seeing that one again. How he managed to get off it, I'll never know. Once more, he's on that sleeve. Looks a little bit loose with his hands, and he really has to have a bit more control on Kim. Kim has got some big moves, and he's playing a bit of a waiting game here. Using the Kosota, using his feet nicely, setting up for the big one. He's bracing down on that sleeve, biding his time. You can see him trying to set it up. He's got a couple of opportunities there. But the Moldovan straight in for the Niwaza. Possibly felt a little bit threatened at that moment and found that that was maybe the best option under the circumstances. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. There's only one Shido, and both athletes been fully engaged in this contest. This is about really the condition of these athletes now. The strong gripping style from both athletes. Their hands, their forearms will be pumped. The Moldovan looking for the Uchimata. The hips come out through. He tries to rotate him over. Kim braces comfortably against and very defensive. But it's like we say, when one's attacking, the other one's defending, and this is where you start picking up the Shidos if you are defending. Into the last half a minute now. High collar grip from Kim, reduced down to the lapel. He's loose, he's open, he's setting up a Tayatoshi from the Moldovan as he drives through, but he leaves his arm a little bit exposed there. Is this an opportunity for Kim? But I think that could be a score. I think it could be a score for the Moldovan. A Shido, definitely. But and that's about it. No, they decided enough's enough. 2 Shidos on the board for Kim, and now we go into golden score. Osota countered by a Makakomi, but doesn't get the full leverage he needed, a full rotation of that. But a good opening attack from Kim, though. Very threatening. As he works his way in the Niwaza, the knee comes out. It's only the ankle that is keeping this Osakomi. He's got past it. He secures it. Is it secure enough? Yes, it looks like it. Kim is not letting this young man out. He looks up at the clock, he's quite comfortable there, and he's going nowhere. So Kim takes the win and a place in the third round of this World Championships. So Kim will be up against Minko of Belarus. So that'll be an interesting match indeed. And here's some of the highlights. He was always threatening within the contest than he was. So there was a couple of opportunities that he didn't capitalise on, and just when he really needed it more than any, it was there handed on a plate for him. So now we have Lombardo representing Italy in the white, and representing Cuba, Polanco. Now, obviously we have the current world champion in this weight category, but for me this has got to be someone that's got an opportunity to steal the thunder from the Japanese of Murayama, and it's Lombardo. Number 1 seed coming into this competition. If there's any event that you've got a chance to take the world title and come out of the shadows of former teammates in this category. Vasile, who is Olympic champion in the under 66, is this young man, Lombardo. Started off a little bit rocky. But still, someone that has definitely the credentials of being world class. Cross grip, lapel, just one hand on. The Cuban's got a lovely ouchigari as well, which is actually done off the one hand, goes one direction and switches the complete opposite way, luring his opponent into a false sense of security there. But I don't think it will rub off well on Lombardo. I think he's a little bit more savvy here and be well prepared for this contest. Lombardo secures strong kumikata there. He's got the lapel and he's got that sleeve. Polanco really unsettled with the gripping style of the Italian. The Italian looking quite comfortable out there, very focused indeed. Comes round the back, securing his grip there. And but not for too long. A little bit of a setup and nothing to follow through on that one. As he gets drawn to the edge of the contest area. Polanco just trying to push, but this is a bit of a 50-50 really. I think Polanco not doing anything, but Lombardo as well is not doing anything. So for me, I think it's a one apiece. Well, they've decided that it was more obvious that Polanco was the one that was pushing towards the edge of the mat. I would have said give him one each, because I think Lombardo needs a bit of a wake-up call. He needs a bit of a message sent out that you've got to step it up into the next gear now. He's just cruising at the moment, and needs to just, well, that's a nice little turnover there. Scoring a Wazari. It was a continuation of the move as he came underneath. So there was no pause, hence the reason it was dropped through, continued, as you can still bracing under his opponents, getting that little spin and scoring a Wazari. Polanco trying to, bit of an erratic move, sort of trying to break up his opponent's stance and defensive position to try and create an opportunity. But when you're pulling like that, you're pulling your opponent down, which means that you close up any space that you've created to be able to come underneath and make it work for you. Lombardo drops underneath for like the Kataguruma Yoko. On the lapel there, Lombardo, strong lifeline grip. Now he works his way into the Niwaza, trying to get the rotation. You can see the block desperately happening there for the Cuban. Now he's got him on his back. The only thing that's holding him and the hold down is that leg. He's secured the head, which is really important, a vital lifeline. And there, he's got his leg caught up again, but he's still working. There's still some action, so the referee, until there's a pause, the referee will still let that just proceed. But only will let it go for so long. But there is, they let it go because they run out of time. I was too busy looking at the leg that I didn't see the clock. So Lombardo made light work of that contest and goes through to the next round. And although he cruised in that contest, he cruises nicely into the fourth round.
Tatami 1, next contest, third round, men under 66 kilo. In white, Judo. Neutral athlete representing RGF, Yabu Shamilov.
Now we have represented the RJF, Shamalov, in the white, and he's up against one of my favorites here, another one of my favorites. I just love this gutsy young athlete that's come through and is really upsetting all the odds here. Boraz, I should say, I keep saying Boraz, it's terrible of me. But Boz of Romania. Now, I think if Shamalov has been doing his homework and has watched this athlete progress through the stages in this World Championships, he better be afraid, because this is no pushover. This young man means business, and this young man comes with the credentials and the tools to be able to be on that podium of this World Championships. He's so agile, he's got a wide variety of technical skills, and he's got a nice transition into Niwaza. He's definitely a contender in my eyes at this competition. Shamalov started off a little bit cagey at the beginning. Second match was definitely a very convincing win and showed the world-class athlete that he truly is. And but saying that, Bors has been doing exactly the same without the experience of years. Just a natural, mature, young athlete that is so advanced of his years and experience in this competition and at this level of world competition. Sometimes you just now and again attend events like this and at the Olympic Games and World Championships, and there's just that odd one that you just look at and you go, now he or she is very special and will be around for a long time. Well, Bors has a strong grip there. He's waiting. He's got lovely ashiwazas as well. The uchimata that we've seen a few times. He's got the sianagi. He's got the ouchigari. What hasn't this young man got? Lapel grip. He's got himself caught up there with the sleeve. He needs to try and get that back. Shamalov having a bit of the control now, the upper hand. He comes across with a big harai. A little bit too high, I would have thought. And I think Shamalov trying to take him forward is maybe the wrong tactics. I think if there's any Achilles heel for this young man, it's possibly his feet. Taking him to the rear. It's easy to say because when you feel an athlete's strengths and their postures, their positioning, but he tends to lean back slightly, and for me, as you there you got it. It takes him back to the rear. Don't you just love it when you're right? It was the Achilles heel. He was leaning a little bit too far back, and Shamalov, he showed so many times to the front. He was getting a reaction to the front attack. He waited for the reaction, and then the combination of taking him back was the winning ingredient that won him this match. Back and off to the side, yeah. So he came forward, he took him. Wrong timing for the young man, Bors. He left himself a little bit hanging there. His arm was tucked behind him. Big mistake to enter so deeply, and as you could see, all his weight was on his supporting leg, so it made it so much easier to counter. Well, part of me thinks that Lombardo, if he's watching that, will go, I think I'd rather have Shamalov than Bors, because I think this man, Bors, has got lots and lots of potential, and we will be seeing him on that podium at some stage very, very soon. Not today, but definitely in the near future. Now we have Gamble of Mongolia as he skies his opponent over. Very impressive, but finish needs to be worked on. Zumakanov of Kazakhstan in the blue. I think both these athletes are very similar in styles, and their performances have been very similar. And against each other, most probably will clash slightly here. Zumakanov picks up a first Shido. Nice attack there. And a consistency there. Keeping that pressure on. Shido apiece, 1 minute 14 remaining. As I said, it's going to be definitely going to be a tough match between both these athletes. 35 seconds remaining, and still we couldn't split these two apart. It could go either way. Very similar fighters. These clash of styles has become very difficult for either one of them to shine in this third round.
Tatami 3, next contest. Third round for women under 52 kilo. In white judogi, representing Great Britain, Chelsea Giants. In blue judogi, representing Switzerland, Fabienne Cohen.
Well, it's quite intense in this match. Second Shido goes to Gambol, which just puts the Kazakhstan slightly at an advantage, but only slightly. Oh, the lift, but it was just all lost at that final stage of planting his opponent down. But nevertheless, good entry. Well, Gambol seems to just start to move away and take a bit more of a dominant role in this contest. A desperate attack there from the Kazakhstan, left himself a little bit vulnerable there, but no harm done. But there's a Shido, so it's 2 apiece. But Gambol, if he wants to win this, he has to keep that pressure on that we've just seen. It looks to be the winning ingredient that has been lacking throughout the first 5 minutes. Makikomi, but wasn't a continuation from the Niwaza, from the Tachiwaza into the Niwaza. Well, what a battle between these two athletes. The hip throw in, defended nicely though from the Kazakhstan. Well, it's 1-for-1 at the moment, but still, my opinion, Gambol has the edge on this contest. But like I said right at the beginning of the match, it was going to be difficult to tear these two apart and to make a prediction. And my goodness me, once more, the kiss of death there for Gambol as the Kazakhstan comes in for that last-ditched effort to score Ippon. Sumakhanov takes the win, steals it at the end. After it was looking like he was just losing the edge, he comes back in style. Let's see that style. The Tomonagi, double foot, exchanging from one to the other to have better control and to plant his opponent onto his back. Well, talk about pull it out at the end. Well, nicer than seeing it go to a disqualification. Beautiful techniques like that you'll like to see every day.
Tatami 1, next contest, third round for men under 66 kilo. In white judogi for Belarus, Dmitry
Miko of Belarus, and he's up against Kim of Korea in the blue. Minku white Kim blue. Well, Minku trying to get past his opponent's defensive actions there, but Kim, smaller instructor, trying to come round the back. A little bit dangerous with those hips if he can get through, but there Minku comes in first each time. So it's like everything, you get to this stage of the competition, the cream starts to rise and the quality starts to clash with even better quality of an opponent. So it becomes a harder match. Less opportunities for each of the opponents to create something special. So Minku and Kim both pick up a Shido apiece for all that pitter-patter with each other, lack of engagement. Both looking for the ultimate grip. Uchimata, nicely done there. One and a half minutes remaining. Kim looking to... Oh, what a nice attack there. The Ouchigari from around the back grip. You could see him trying to sneakily maneuver his grips from the front to the back, but he didn't actually connect until the time he was ready to attack. So the danger wasn't felt until it was a little bit too late there for Minku.
In white judogi representing Japan, the world champion.
So the attempt there, oh, he had him up in the air. It was a bit of a flying lesson going there, but he obviously wasn't able to ground him. 1 for 1 keeps this contest alive for both athletes. "47 seconds remaining. Both very much capable of throwing their opponent, but which one will get the advantage? Kosoto attack there from Minku. Kim have to watch those hands, especially that right hand that sneaks around the back. Seems to be a bit of a danger for Belarus. Koichigari from Kim. Overstretched himself slightly. Koichigari combination at the edge of the contest area. A flurry of nice attacks there, and which puts Minku on the back foot. Now we're into golden score. A little bit overstretched for Minku there. He missed the timing of the foot. Coming up to the first half a minute of golden score, battling away these two athletes for 4.5 minutes now, and neither one of them close enough to get into that next round. Couldn't separate the athletes, both deserving based on the performance here. Kosota, well, that's it, all over and done with. And as you can see, the coach delighted with that. So Minku kept his composure, kept his wits about him, although there was times that he was under pressure, kept it under wraps and just picked his timing perfectly in that golden score. And he'll go through to the 4th round of this World Championships. Nicely done. Bracing down on his opponent's right sleeve was the winning ingredient to the success of that technique. As you can see, driving down. Kim could not defend that, however much he tried.
Tatami 1, quarter-final, men under 66 kilo.
So we're here, the quarter-final. Now this is a really crucial match for both these athletes. So let's see what happens here. Both have had good performances up to now, this quarter-final stage. This is the big final push for Lombardo, one of my tips for getting on that top spot of the podium. And yes, we can't forget the field that's out there. Very strong lineup in this weight category, but I've put my neck out on the line and saying that I believe that this young man from Italy is capable of being world champion. Well, if he's going to do it, this is the time to do it. But as we know, the RJF yesterday had a fantastic result, and they will be on a high, the whole team themselves, with that gold medal that they got yesterday in the men's under 60 kilos. Can they continue with that success with Shamalov that is very experienced? So both picking up a Shido apiece. Lombardo throwing that right hand over the back there to try and get closer to his opponent. Shamalov in the inside. He drops underneath, he looks for an opportunity there. It was very sharp, but couldn't capitalize on it. Shut down completely by Shamalov. Marotti, oh, Wasari! Beautiful Marotti Sianagi, and now he follows down into the Niwaza. He's looking for the Jujikatami. I'm not sure if Shamalov is going to be given up too early yet. He knows he's still in for a shout, but oh, you had the Osakomi as well. He was able to secure it, but that will ruffle the feathers of Shamalov no end, and Lombardo will have a bit more of a confidence. Hopefully not overconfident, because he is up against a very strong, experienced opponent. Lombardo's still working on his Niwaza, very strong and comfortable down there, but Shamalov just digging in deep, very, very strong athlete, and won't be easily moved. But look at that, Marotti Sianagi, over he went. Oh, just so close of not getting that ippon. Shamalov inside grip on the lapel, the Tomonagi there from Lombardo as he really pushes. Shamalov bracing off that Tomonagi, wasn't going anywhere there. But this is the danger for Lombardo. He comes round the back, he's very deep. Poor attack, but I think really for Lombardo it was to get out of trouble. He wasn't liking that grip whatsoever. Cross grip again there for Shamalov. He's working, he's trying to get past to change of direction this time. Shido apiece, 47 seconds in this quarter final. Shamalov trying to stay light on his feet. Straight. Oh, there we've got the arm locked. Ay, 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 ay. Goodness me, that was just an ultimate, very amateur mistake from Lombardo. It was like, here's my arm, take it. There's a birthday present for you. Gotta be so careful, Lombardo. He cannot give an inch here. It's working off the knee. Shamalov is 2 Shidos, but he works on the knee. Was a good place for him to be as the clock ticks away with 23 seconds to go. Shamalov, an infringement on the grip against bracing on the arm. It bounces on the back of the head. There once more, it was a very bad move there. A transition down into knee was, and it was a drop against the elbow. Now, I don't know if the referee will have a look at that, because that for me looked very suspect. Really don't like that arm action there, but 1 second to go. Lombardo seems quite comfortable, is quite happy to take a Shido with 1 second to go, and Shamalov knows that he's been defeated. Lombardo takes the place in the semi-final of the under 66 kilo category. And there you have some of the highlights. There it was, the Morotti Sienagi that was sealed the fate of Shamalov.
Tatami 1 is break 10 minutes.
Well, that was the last match on Tatami 1, and I hope you're in the same frame of mind as what I am, that was a fantastic morning of judo. There was no doubt about it. There was some great performances there and some really exciting matches to come later on. So I do hope you'll join us a little bit later on. But you can switch across to Tatami 2 and 3, where my colleagues, at the moment it's Sheldon Franco Rux on covering for Neil Adams at this particular moment, and Dennis van der Gies in Tatami 3. But for me, I'll just sign off for now, and we'll see you later.
Tatami 1, 5 minutes to go.
Oh! What a story from Vasari. One and also the guy who on one side, straight out of the grip. And time is ticking away.
Kedves számú szőnyegen 66 kg harmadik fordulóján szőnyegre Azerbajdzsán versenyzője Orhan Safarov ellenfele az Algéria színeiben küzdő Vail Ezin.
Második turnus.
Final 30 seconds. Raptor has to make a score. But, well, he did something that is not allowed. He will get the penalty, of course. No, 30 seconds to go. One more chance for Raptor.
Tatami 1, 3 minutes to go.
So it's over. It's Lafrituren who loses the quarterfinal. It's the first box in the set. Lafrituren, we will see you later on in the press class. So,
Tatami 3, winner of the quarterfinal in blue jersey representing Spain, Ana Perez.
jumped in with his
Perez goes to the semi-final. Hagasurin of Mongolia in the repechage. Next quarterfinal for women under 52 kilograms, Tatami 3. In white for Switzerland, Fabienne Kocher. In blue for Israel, Geffen Primo. Tatami 1 minute to go. Tatami 1, the last quarterfinal on this tatami. Men under 66 kilo.
Az egyes számú szőnyegen, az egyes szőnyeg utolsó negyedmezője következik 66 kg-ban.
In white judo for Kazakhstan, Nicholas Zhurakhanov. In blue judo for Belarus, Dmitry
Well,
Kirkov.
Rossi Sienagi murdered him.
Kettes számú szőnyegen ülőtlen 1 kg-on harmadik fordulója következik. Szőnyegre lépve judoikában, japán színeiben, Sisime Ai, ellenfél a Magyarországot képviselő, Prix.
Golden score, Tatami 3. Tatami 3, winner of the quarterfinal. In white, judo representing Switzerland, Fabian Robert. So then goes to the semi-final. Prix of Israel will begin the research. Now it's break number 3. The 31 winner of the quarterfinal in women's judo.
Holding her hand, the right hand on the front, there was no trouble. Every time there was trouble when she was holding the back of her opponent. But she did it every time.
The 31, the winner of the quarterfinal in women's judo representing Kazakhstan. Judo goes to the semi-final. Info of girls in the research.
This guy raced saw the quarterfinal Mariana against Mongolia. He had to fight like his ass off for it. Unbelievable.
There was one force Romania.
Then Fury.
Force, the same force.
Okay.
He is absolutely brilliant. So it'll be interesting.
Willie. I don't know if is Lombardo a right or a left-handed fighter.
He's
That's a big difference between
Left,
Mariano. If
yeah.
he's left, then
Left.
he has a big chance.
left. Marotti
Because
Sianaki has
Mariano,
been
I said,
good.
like, Mariano is a real good. Mariano is a good fighter, but
Yeah.
he's so one-sided. Because if he cannot make Uchimata, there's nothing left.
Oh, right.
He doesn't make a Serenade or something else. There's only one throw. It's brilliant though. But if you can manage to like outgrip him or because he has his dominant left hand, if you can get the sleeve, it's difficult. You know, Abe, he has more
Flexible. Yeah.
Jakub Shamilov. In blue, representing the United States of America. First round contest for women under 52 kg. Contest for women under 52 kg. Women under 52 kg. In white judo. Tatami 3, next contest. First round, women under 52 kg. In white for the Netherlands.
Back your feet. Yes. Yes. Okay, okay. Here we go. Now, slowly stand. Good. Good boy. Good. There you go. Good boy. Jackson.
Golden a kettes szűrője.
Next one.
Trebuie mai repede să te miști, stânga-dreapta și ai luat aceeași, dă-i mișcare. Bravo! Молодец! Браво! Молодец! Сырчатый еще, ты
Kettes számú főnyegelnök 52 kilógramm, első fordulóján színegelen. Vasárnap Várgölásvili ellen
castellano, non importa, sempre la manica. Ой, пом! Хорошо!
The world champion, Maria Tokyo. In blue jersey, the world champion, Maria Tokyo. In blue.
좋아.
at the World Championships here in Budapest. I'm delighted to be standing alongside Loretta Kusatdol, a former world champion herself, at 52 kilos, and it was the 52 kilo category that we were looking at today. Good afternoon, Loretta.
Is this where I breathe in and suck in? Many years ago, I can't remember when I was last 52 kilos. But yeah, it was an exciting day of judo, and it's obviously a weight category I do love following. And there was obviously a few people that weren't here, but those that were fought very hard, and some very interesting results.
I know we're not supposed to represent particular countries, but I want to ask you about one of the top seeds who went out from Great Britain, Chelsea Giles. Bit of a shocker there.
It was quite a disappointment, and especially for those that have seen Chelsea grow over the past year or so, and with her performances, and this was going to be a day, I thought, for her, and so did a lot of other people. So I was desperately disappointed for her, and I know that she will be really feeling feeling it right now.
Okay, well, let's press on to some better news for other people. The first of the bronze medal contest features Joana Ramos of Portugal. She's up against Fabienne Koscher of Switzerland. How do you see that one going?
Ramos, she just seems to be there all the time, and where you think maybe is this her last year, she comes back fighting, she comes back performing really well, and today has been a really good performance. I think she's got a really good chance here of getting on that podium. I really do, and I hope it is that.
And we were talking about the possibility that the Swiss had not yet selected someone at 52 kilos because they've got Evelyn Schopp and Fabienne Koscher. What do you think the thinking is now, given how far Fabienne Koscher has come in this competition?
I know Koscher has done extremely well, but really what you have to look at is the odds of who's capable. It's not about beating each other. It's about who is capable of getting further in the Olympic Games against other opposition that will be there. And not an easy decision to be made, because I think both athletes are very, very strong. But Koscher today has had a blinder. And do you look at it as form, and with only months away, or do you look at it as the percentages of who can win matches in the Olympic Games to gain the ultimate? And that's a medal.
Just got this feeling that right now the force is with Fabienne Koscher, coming close to the games. The other thing is she wouldn't be in the frame unless she'd had some sort of stuff to put her here in the first place. And come the big day of World Championships, first round knockout Evelyn Schopp, bronze medal match Fabienne Koscher.
I know, for me, it's definitely going to be a hard one, and what we have to look is it has been a roller coaster of emotions. It's been very, very tough on these athletes. You have to completely admire their determination, the spirit that has been shown over the sort of months of how they've had to deal with things and prepare themselves at the crucial time of an Olympic selection. And Koscher, when it comes down, she's dug in deep, and when it meant something, she's done it here, and you've got to take that on board. And for me, with the build-up with just months, she does seem to be the one that's on board, not only physically but mentally.
Right, we've got the under 66 kilo category to look at, but before we do that, we're going to look at the second bronze medal contest, Kafen Primo of Israel. She's going to be up against Diora Kildiyorova of Uzbekistan.
My favourite here is Primo, little pocket dynamo, isn't she? She has really worked her socks off here today, and I think definitely deserves a place on that podium, like a lot of athletes that's been fighting today. But it's going to be a very interesting one. I think it's not going to be too easy. I don't think someone's going to completely dominate it, and it's really who gets themselves ready for that final block.
Okay, and in the final, Sashimi Ai of Japan goes up against Anna Perez-Box. First time in the final for the Spaniard. Fourth chance of a medal for Sashimi Ai, already a gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal winner.
I think she's picked to being the favourite, isn't she? And no one seems to have bothered her here today. I think she's on form and on target. And with the performance that we saw yesterday, with the gold and silver coming from Japan, I think we're going to see another repeat of a top spot for Japan here in this world title for 52 kilos.
Yeah, she's looked, I think, rather than exciting or sparkling, just competent. Gone through the whole thing.
I think she's been in cruising mode.
Yeah,
we would call it. She's cruised her way through each stage of this competition. I don't think she's been really challenged the challenge may come in the final, but I think she's prepared for it. She's an experienced athlete with some beautiful technique, great transition, and I think this is a package that we see as a winning recipe for most athletes. If they've got the tachiwaza and the transition, it does seem to be the sort of ingredients for success.
Right, okay, that was Shishimi Ai, who we'll see in the final of the under 52 kilo category. We can take a look now at the first of the bronze medal contests in the under 66 kilo category. That features Yakub Shamilov. He's going to go up against Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan.
This is going to be an absolute humdinger, I think. But for me, Shamilov has been he's been strong today. He's had a couple of really tough matches, but he's, again, I think he's got that experience behind him that will carry him through to that podium. But it's not going to be an easy match. He's going to have to work for that medal.
Okay, and what about the second of the bronze medal contest, Yondan Perendli Basku of Mongolia? He's going to go up against Yildiz Zhumakanov. That's if Zhumakanov recovers from that bump that he took at the end there. We saw him being taken off as a precaution, but he may not be able to come out.
Well, your heart goes out. You just hope it isn't serious. You hope it's just a niggle, but it didn't look too good when he was stretchered off. And so fingers crossed that he is fine, but we might not have a bronze medal match. But and he has fought so well throughout the day, there's no doubt about it. The Mongolian, though, well, he's always surprising us now and again. He comes up, you sort of dismiss him from one tournament to another, and then all of a sudden he seems to just shine, and you think, where did that come from? What's that performance all about? But hopefully there is going to be a match. That's all I can say.
And then we've got the final with the current world number one going up against the current world champion. It'll be Manuel Lombardo of Italy to go head-to-head with Maruyama Yoshiro of Japan.
Well, we were divided, weren't we, all this, when we sat down and spoke about the sort of highlights in front of us. And obviously, I put my hand up there. Lombardo is the one for me for taking the number one spot. Yes, he is going to be challenged. There's no doubt about it. But Lombardo's been looking good today. And technically, the Sianagis, the transition in Niwaza, he's been a little bit vulnerable in the Niwaza, and he's left himself wide open, and a couple of times he's come unstuck.
He was in Osaikomi.
On Osaikomi, so palpitations quite a few times with the man. He does like to sort of play very on the fine line and in a deadly situation. But Maruyama, they have competed against each other in the past. They fought in Dusseldorf back in 2019 and a head-to-head, and obviously the advantage is now in the favour of the Japanese. So he has had that win over Lombardo, but there's been a lot happening since 2019, and I just see the progression of the Italian coming very strong towards the Olympic Games, and I just think he's edging through there, and he's building in his confidence, and he's got nice technique, good transition, but he is vulnerable.
Yeah, you missed that first contest when he was up against the German Sebastian Seidel, and Zabi had him in Osaikomi for about 4 or 5 seconds, so that was quite close.
To play on the sort of the dangerous side of his judo, he leaves himself so wide open. He obviously is confident in his ability when he goes down there. He gets out of the trouble, but for everybody else watching him, you just want to sort of hold your breath and hope that he gets out of it, and he always does. But he'll come a cropper with somebody that's really a whiz in Niwaza, and the Japanese are not going to let him off. If he does that, he will be out. He'll only be taking second best here if he leaves himself that vulnerable.
Right, okay, that is a wrap-up on the action that we've seen today. We're going to be back at 5 o'clock with all the medal matches, but just before we go, got a little bit of trivia for you, see if this is of any interest to you. Day one, yesterday, we were looking at the number one seeds, and both the number one seeds went medal-less. Day two, we're looking at the number two seeds, and both the number two seeds are out of the competition. So yesterday it was Krasnicki. Okay, she finished 5th as a number one seed in the 48 kilo category. Number one seed in the under 60 kilo category was Nagayama Ryuju. He left empty-handed. Today, day two, we're looking at the number two seeds.
Number 2 seed in the under 52 kilo category, Charlene Van Snick, third round knockout. She's left empty-handed. Number 2 seed in the under 66 kilo category, Vaza Margvelashvili, went out second round. He's gone out empty-handed. It will be day 3 tomorrow. So if you're seeded number 3, could be bad news for you. And guess what? It's bad news for the Zhakova family. Both of them are seeded number 3. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. But before that, we'll be back at 5 o'clock. Right. Thanks very much. Enjoy the break. We'll see you at 5 o'clock.